Welcome to Boring History for Sleep, where the past drifts gently into the present, and you can let your mind unwind while we explore the long, slow rhythms of lives once lived. Tonight, we're going to step quietly into a world that was both familiar and foreign, a world where people feared the night air, believed in humours and miasmas, and lit rushlights instead of flipping a switch. A world where medicine wore a mask, and the worst job imaginable was often the only one available. We'll be exploring the strange, heavy-laden days of plague doctors, those odd bird-like figures that once haunted the alleyways of medieval Europe during its darkest epidemics. Not heroes, not villains, just people caught in the middle of catastrophe, asked to serve when few others would. This isn't a tale of horror or gore. There will be no shocks here, just a slow walk through time, through crumbling towns and flickering candlelit homes, down crooked cobbled lanes and past pages of forgotten journals, following a figure whose presence meant someone was trying to help, even when help was in short supply. As always, thank you for watching. If you enjoy these quiet walks through the past, please consider subscribing. It helps more than you know. And while you're settling in, feel free to say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is there. We're always curious who's out there, drifting off with us across the centuries. So take a deep breath, let the day go, and ease yourself into a time when healing wore a beak and walked with slow, deliberate steps through streets few dared to enter. Let's begin. Imagine a city slowly grinding to a halt, not from war or politics, but from something that couldn't be seen. It was the middle of the 14th century. In places like Florence, Avignon or London, life had once flowed with the steady rhythm of markets and church bells. But now the rhythm was gone, or rather replaced, by silence, by closed shutters, by distant coughing and the occasional sound of a tolling bell, low and deliberate. This was the world the plague doctor stepped into. You wouldn't have chosen this job. Almost no one did. It wasn't a calling, like priesthood or law. It wasn't inherited, like farming or trade. It was often offered by city councils on the edge of desperation, towns where no one else would go near the sick, offering pay that sounded almost insulting for the risk involved. But they needed someone, anyone. And so, sometimes the task fell to out-of-work surgeons, displaced physicians, or people with just enough learning to seem useful. In some cases, they were barely trained at all. The job description wasn't glamorous. It rarely involved healing, at least not successfully. Instead, plague doctors were tasked with documenting, counting, observing, witnessing. They were to move among the infected, carefully, cautiously, keeping records, offering what comfort they could, and occasionally lancing a bubo or bleeding a patient. Not because it worked, but because it was all anyone could think to do. They were given uniforms, strange ones, heavy cloaks treated with wax, long gloves, boots pulled high, most memorably, the mask, a long curved beak, often made of leather and packed with aromatic herbs. The belief was that the plague travelled through foul air, so-called miasma, and the scent of rosemary, lavender or camphor would protect the doctor from inhaling death itself. The outfit was terrifying to the sick. A bird-faced figure, silent and slow-moving, drifting into a home where hope was already gone. It was practical, yes. It covered the body and reduced contact. But it also transformed the plague doctor into something other. Not a man, not quite a saviour. More like an omen. If you saw the beak in your doorway, your days were likely numbered. Their tools were few. A wooden cane to lift bedsheets and examine patients from a distance. A ledger to record names, symptoms and eventual outcomes. A pouch of dried herbs or vinegar-soaked sponges. Perhaps a lancet or scalpel, though actual surgery was rare. They were more likely to suggest poultices, burning sulphur or prayers. And then there were the terms of employment. Some plague doctors were paid well, promised housing, food, and even bonuses if they lasted through the epidemic. Others were left unpaid entirely if they died before the outbreak ended, their families left to claim what they could. Some towns even imprisoned plague doctors afterward, fearing they might spread the illness further. It was a job defined by uncertainty. There was no real protection, no clear instructions, no end date, just long days, longer nights, and a slow walk through human suffering, wearing a mask that let you pretend just for a moment that the horror wasn't real. And yet they showed up, day after day, town after town, because someone had to. To understand the true burden placed upon the plague doctor, you have to understand the city he walked through, the spaces, the sounds, the air itself. Because this was not merely a job taken in the abstract, this was a role lived hour by hour in a world that was gradually folding in on itself. Picture the layout first. A medieval city in the 14th century wasn't built with logic or comfort in mind. Streets wound around each other like forgotten yarn. Alleys narrowed to the width of a man's shoulders. Buildings leaned inward over the walkways, their upper stories connected by beams and ropes and laundry lines. In better times, the close quarters brought a sense of liveliness, a kind of intimacy. But during a plague year, that closeness turned deadly. The plague doctor began his rounds early, often just after dawn. By then the sun was still low and weak, filtered through layers of mist and chimney smoke. The first sounds he might hear were not the usual roosters or traders setting up stalls, but instead the creak of a cart already collecting bodies. Some were volunteers, often criminals or desperate paupers, paid a few coins to move the dead outside city limits. They wore masks of cloth soaked in vinegar, their sleeves tied shut with cord, and they didn't speak unless they had to. The plague doctor's first stop might be the heart of the town, once the market square. In ordinary years it would be loud with voices, the calls of vendors, the clatter of wheels, the clink of coins changing hands. Now it was half abandoned. A few stalls remained, but the goods were sparse. Bread was expensive and fresh vegetables had all but disappeared. The fishmongers were gone, the meat traders were silent. People whispered rumours of spoiled food spreading disease, and so fear reigned even in hunger. He would then begin his walk through the neighbourhoods. The city was often divided informally. The artisans in one district, the merchants in another, the clergy nestled near the cathedral, and the poor crowded along the outer walls where land was cheapest and sanitation worst. It was here that the smell hit hardest. Not simply the scent of decay, but something deeper. Mould, mildew, damp straw, refuse that hadn't been cleared in weeks. Chamber pots, once emptied into the gutters with routine frequency, were now ignored. The labourers who carted away waste had vanished. Rats moved freely across doorsteps. Dogs wandered in packs. Crows circled the rooftops. The doctor, beneath his layers of waxed cloth and leather, would feel the closeness of his own breath echoing through the hollow of his mask. The herbs packed inside, often mint, lavender or wormwood, mingled with the ever-present tang of vinegar soaked into his gloves. Even when the air was clean, it never smelled right again. And as he moved, he'd encounter doors marked with signs. In some cities, a red cross. In others, a sheet tied to the handle. These were homes that had been infected, families under quarantine. Some doors bore pleas written on scraps of parchment. "We are alive, we need food." Others were silent, the paint fading, the windows shuttered tight. Sometimes there was knocking, a hopeful voice asking if he had medicine, a mother holding a limp child, a man sweating through his linen shirt, asking whether he'd live. The doctor had few answers. A tincture, perhaps, instructions to burn herbs, to avoid heavy foods, to pray, and then he'd write it down. Name, age, symptoms, address. The ledger grew thicker by the day. In the richer parts of the city the mood was different. The homes were larger, yes, and the walls made of stone rather than wood. But the fear was just as strong. Wealth bought privacy. It bought leeches and imported spices and clove-infused candles. It bought physicians who made house calls and offered Latin diagnoses. But it didn't buy immunity. Still, the plague doctor visited here too. Quietly, discreetly, sometimes under another name. He moved through back alleys and service entrances, cloaked not just in waxed linen, but in the unspoken agreement not to speak of what he'd seen behind those high doors. Back in the common wards, the makeshift infirmaries set up in monasteries, barns and guild halls, the mood was heavier. Here were the sick whose families could no longer care for them. Rows of cots, bodies covered in thin blankets, the air thick with a mixture of wood smoke, sweat and fear. The doctor did what he could. He counted. He observed. He gave wine-soaked cloths to those in fever. He lanced swellings, knowing it would do little good. He prayed, not out of piety, but routine. By midday he would have seen dozens of faces, some still alive, some not. Children, women, tradesmen, friars, cobblers, weavers. The city did not discriminate. The disease did not ask who you were or what you believed. It simply arrived, settled in, and took its toll. As the afternoon passed into evening, the city changed again. The streets emptied further. People avoided windows. Candles flickered low. The city became a hushed landscape, broken only by the clatter of the death cart and the far-off sound of dogs howling at nothing in particular. And the plague doctor? He returned home, or more often to a designated lodging provided by the city. He removed his mask carefully. He washed his hands with wine or vinegar. He boiled his gloves if he had the means. And then, in the quiet, he made his reports. He noted how many new cases had emerged, how many had died, which homes had been newly sealed, and which had gone utterly silent. This was the city he walked through. Not a battlefield, but a slow collapse. Not an explosion, but an erosion. Each day a little less normal than the one before, and each day the city relying just a little more on a man who wore a mask and carried a ledger. Not because he could stop the plague, but because he was one of the last willing to watch it unfold. If there's one image that's come to symbolise the Black Death in the modern imagination, it's the plague doctor's mask. The long curved beak, the glass eye lenses, the silhouette that looks more bird than man. But as with most things in history, the truth behind that image is both more complicated and more revealing. The iconic beaked mask, the one instantly recognised on murals, in reenactments or stylised in costumes, is often misunderstood. It wasn't a universal symbol during the first Great Plague wave in the mid-14th century. In fact, the design most people are familiar with didn't become widespread until the 17th century, centuries later. But the image endured because it captured something essential about the role, the attempt to maintain distance from a sickness that had no cure. Let's break down what the plague doctor actually wore, and why. The full outfit was referred to as a plague costume in some records, though that phrase oversimplifies what was often a hastily assembled collection of protective layers. The goal wasn't fashion, it was survival. First came the base layer, a shirt and trousers, often made from coarse linen or wool. These were the underclothes, and they'd usually be discarded after exposure, if the doctor could afford replacements. Over this went the real protection, a long overcoat made of heavy fabric, usually canvas or wool treated with wax, oil or pitch, to make it water-resistant. In later centuries, oilcloth became more common. The coat was meant to act as a barrier between the doctor and the air, the bad air, as it was believed, that carried the plague from person to person. The coat reached down to the ankles and buttoned or tied shut all the way up the front. Underneath it, gloves, often leather, were tucked into the sleeves. Boots were pulled over the trousers and similarly tied or fastened to prevent gaps. Some doctors wore wide-brimmed hats as part of their daily wear, though these eventually took on symbolic meaning, signalling the wearer's occupation to a fearful public. And then, of course, the mask. In its most recognised form, the mask covered the entire head, often made from leather or shaped pasteboard. The beak extended several inches forward and was stuffed with a mixture of dried flowers, herbs and spices. Popular ingredients included mint, cloves, juniper berries, rose petals, cinnamon bark and myrrh. Camphor, a pungent substance derived from trees, was also common. These were not random choices. Each was believed to purify the air, or at least make it more tolerable to breathe. The lenses over the eyes were sometimes made of glass or crystal, fogging easily and reducing visibility. They were not intended for comfort or long-term wear. Some doctors left them off entirely. Others wore veils in place of a full hood. There was no strict standard, only general guidelines passed along by physicians or enforced loosely by city officials. Why the beak, though? It wasn't entirely superstition. The idea of miasma, the belief that disease spread through corrupted air, was dominant in medieval and Renaissance medicine. Breathing in rotting vapours, it was believed, corrupted the body's internal balance. The beak functioned as a primitive filter, the herbs acting like an aromatic shield against invisible corruption. And yet there's something undeniably theatrical about the outfit. Over time, the figure of the plague doctor became more than just a public health worker. He became a character, a symbol, an omen. In literature and popular tales, plague doctors were described as grim, silent wanderers. In some accounts, they were feared not just for what they represented, the presence of death, but for what people believed they could do. Some thought the doctor's touch was cursed. Others blamed them for bringing disease rather than helping cure it. In rural communities where superstition ran deep, the arrival of a masked man might provoke panic rather than relief. Even the doctor's staff or cane took on mythic overtones. Practically, it allowed the doctor to examine patients from a distance, lift bedsheets, or point to things without touching them. But over time, it became associated with authority, with power. The cane became a symbol of order imposed on a city in chaos. In truth, the outfit did offer some degree of protection. The thick layers reduced exposure to fleas, now known to be one of the plague's primary vectors. The gloves and boots helped reduce contact transmission, and the focus on staying covered, masked and distant likely saved lives, even if the reasons behind those precautions were misunderstood. But it was a fragile defence. The masks were cumbersome and hot. The eye holes fogged up. The herbs dried out and lost potency. The coat could crack if the wax wore thin. In summer, the full outfit turned into a sauna. And when the rains came, the slick streets turned dangerous. The doctor, weighted down and visually impaired, moved slowly and with effort. Still, the uniform became a kind of armour, not only against disease but against the psychological toll of the job. Wearing the outfit, the doctor could pretend to be someone else, a figure apart, a watcher rather than a participant. In some cities, the arrival of the plague doctor was met with prayers, in others with stones. People feared them, depended on them, avoided them, and summoned them all at once. Centuries later, long after the plagues had faded and germ theory replaced miasma, the image remained. The beaked mask, the black coat, the gloved hand holding a staff. It became a visual shorthand for pestilence and panic. It showed up in paintings, plays and festivals. At Venice's carnival, the mask became a fixture, its grim past transformed into dramatic costume. But behind the mask, the man was still just that, a man, tired, underpaid, overexposed, and asked to walk into rooms no one else dared enter. The uniform didn't grant immunity. It gave structure, identity, the illusion of control. And sometimes that was the most anyone could hope for. It's easy in the modern age to forget how much of medicine was guesswork for most of human history. The plague doctor, despite his title, didn't have access to lab tests, microscopes, or even the concept of bacteria. There were no hospitals as we know them, no standardised protocols, no central body regulating treatments or certifying practitioners. Instead, there were centuries-old theories, fragile scaffolds of belief cobbled together from ancient texts and regional traditions. And in the midst of plague, those theories were stretched thin. The plague doctor's medical education, if he had any, likely centred around the theory of the four humours. This system, inherited from ancient Greek thinkers like Hippocrates and Galen, held that the human body was governed by four essential fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Health was a matter of balance. Illness, it was believed, stemmed from imbalance. This framework shaped every diagnosis. A patient burning with fever and red in the face was said to have an excess of blood, and the treatment was bloodletting. A lethargic, pale person. Too much phlegm. Remedies might include warming spices, purgatives, or emetics. It wasn't just guesswork, it was structured guesswork, backed by texts that had gone unchallenged for centuries. For the plague doctor, applying this model to plague cases was deeply frustrating. The symptoms didn't align neatly with any one humour. Patients exhibited fevers, certainly, but also chills, vomiting, bleeding, and, in the most iconic cases, swellings in the armpits, groin, and neck. These swellings, or buboes, were filled with fluid and painful to the touch. To the doctor's understanding, they were signs of corrupted humours, but the specific cause remained elusive. Some doctors attempted to lance the swellings, draining them in hopes of releasing the illness. Others cauterized the area, using heated metal to burn the infection away. Most simply offered comfort: wine, sleep, herbs, and quiet. Recovery, if it came, felt more like a miracle than a result of intervention. There were also preventive measures, though few of them worked. Many physicians recommended carrying pomanders, small containers filled with aromatic materials, believing that sweet smells repelled the bad air. Others advised burning resins like myrrh or frankincense inside the home. Bathing, ironically, was discouraged in some quarters. Hot water, they believed, opened the pores and made the body more vulnerable to infection. Then there were the charms and talismans. Even among the learned, superstition crept in. Plague doctors carried written prayers, verses from the Bible, or even stones believed to ward off disease. Some wore amulets inscribed with planetary symbols invoking astrological protection. Medical theory and magic blurred easily in a world with few reliable answers. One method that gained popularity was the use of theriac, a complex medicinal paste made from dozens of ingredients, sometimes over 60, including opium, spices, minerals, and bits of viper flesh. Originally designed as an antidote for poisons, theriac was expensive and difficult to prepare, but it became a cure-all in the medieval imagination. Doctors administered it as a potion, smeared it on buboes, or burned it in the sick room. Whether it helped or not, no one could say with certainty. Books on medicine, manuscripts copied by hand, sometimes centuries old, offered advice, but much of it was contradictory. One physician might recommend strong purgatives, another advocated for bleeding, a third suggested moving to higher ground. Some wrote about aligning one's living quarters with prevailing winds. Others focused on spiritual health. Confess your sins, fast regularly, and keep a clean conscience. The plague doctor had to sift through this flood of advice and make choices, often with no guidance and no feedback. If a patient died, there was no autopsy, no cause of death written down in medical terms. If a patient lived, the doctor couldn't be sure why. Was it the vinegar compresses? The fasting? Divine mercy? Over time, a sense of futility crept in. Some plague doctors became mechanical in their duties. Observe, record, leave. Others experimented, trying new combinations of herbs or treatments in search of a pattern. A few turned inward, writing journals that read like confessions, long aching reflections on their inability to help. And yet, amidst the confusion, there were glimmers of progress. Observant doctors began to notice patterns. They saw that plague often followed trade routes, that the poor suffered disproportionately, that crowded homes and stagnant air seemed to breed sickness faster than wide-open countryside. Though they didn't know why, they started to understand how disease moved, through proximity, through poverty, through contact. It was a crude epidemiology, born of desperation, and it mattered. These observations fed into public health measures, rudimentary quarantines, isolation wards, restrictions on travel. Some cities established boards of health, assigning officials to enforce sanitation and monitor the sick. The plague doctor's notes, however rough, formed the basis of these decisions. Still, most of what the plague doctor offered was presence, a person who arrived, who looked, who wrote things down, who, in a world rapidly unravelling, brought at least the appearance of structure. He had no cure, he had little certainty, but in the absence of answers he bore witness, and sometimes that was enough to make people believe, if not in recovery, then at least in being seen. Strip away the drama of the plague doctor's iconic uniform, and what remains is a simple truth. This was a job, a daily routine, a series of tasks that had to be carried out again and again, regardless of the chaos unfolding outside. The man behind the mask wasn't performing for history, he was working, and like all work, his days had a rhythm. Let's imagine one full day in the life of a plague doctor, somewhere in mid-14th century Europe. It could be the outskirts of Paris, or perhaps a merchant town along the Rhine. The details varied by location, but the structure was often eerily consistent. The doctor would wake early, likely before sunrise. His bed was simple, stuffed with straw, possibly shared with lice. His lodging might be a small chamber set aside by the city council, often in a house reserved for officials or servants. It was unlikely to be luxurious. The bedding would be rough, the windows shuttered, and the air heavy with smoke or the sharp scent of herbs burned for purification. There would be no breakfast waiting, no hot drink to begin the day. If the doctor had food, it might be a piece of dark bread from the night before, or a bit of dried fruit tucked away for rationing. Clean water was a concern. Wine, diluted with water, was sometimes preferred simply because it was safer. Meals were taken quickly and always alone. Before venturing out, the doctor would dress, slowly, carefully. The layers were cumbersome, starting with the inner garments, then wrapping the linen or wool coat around his body, securing the gloves, pulling the boots over his trousers. The mask came last. It was heavy, tight, and distorted sound. Once it was on, communication was difficult and visibility was worse, but without it, there was no protection. He would collect his satchel, usually a leather or canvas bag containing the few tools of his trade, a long cane, a writing book, bottles of vinegar, a folded cloth soaked in herbs, possibly a pair of tongs or a blade. Most of these tools were for distance, for documenting, for the illusion of action. They didn't heal, they organised. Then the rounds would begin. If the town had an infirmary, that would be his first stop. Not a hospital in the modern sense, but a converted hall. Sometimes a church, sometimes an old granary, where the sickest had been brought to wait. Some slept. Others moaned or called out for water. A few had already passed during the night. The staff might include a monk or two, a few young boys pressed into service, and perhaps one or two surviving midwives. The air would be thick, warm in summer, icy in winter, but always close, heavy with human breath and illness. The doctor would walk between cots making notes. Age, symptoms, whether the patient had eaten, whether they were lucid. There were no charts, no systems, just observation. If a patient was breathing better than yesterday, it was a good sign. If they weren't breathing at all, he marked it down and moved on. Next came the homes. The city had likely designated which neighbourhoods were under watch. Some councils created rough maps, dividing streets into sectors. Others simply sent the doctor, where cries had been heard or signs had been nailed to the doors. He would knock gently. If someone inside answered, he would ask about symptoms. He might step inside if permitted, though always reluctantly. Most homes were dark, windows shuttered, candles low. He'd find a figure lying on a cot or blanket, eyes glassy, skin flushed. Sometimes they spoke. Sometimes they only breathed. Sometimes they were already still. He'd check for others. The sick weren't always alone. Family members huddled nearby, terrified to touch, unsure what to do. The doctor might suggest isolation, if the home had the space. He might burn a bit of rosemary, wave his cane toward the window and recommend opening it. He might leave a small pouch of herbs with instructions to keep it near the patient's mouth. It wouldn't help, but it would feel like something. He would take notes, always notes. Name, if known. Occupation, symptoms. He would list the number of sick in the household and whether the family had food. If there was a death, he would make arrangements with the local corpse collectors, usually through a quick message scratched on a board nailed outside the door. Throughout the day, he would walk, slowly, methodically, boots echoing on stone streets, passing carts filled with straw, pausing when a dog barked or when someone called from a second-floor window. Occasionally he would stop at the edge of a square to rest, lifting the mask slightly for air. Not much, just enough to take one or two shallow breaths and hope the wind had shifted. By afternoon, he might check in with the local magistrate or council official. These men rarely met him face to face. They sent word through servants. The doctor submitted his ledgers, handwritten lists of names and locations, often barely legible after hours of use. He might be paid. He might be asked to take on more routes. He might simply be dismissed with a nod. In the later hours of the day, the homes became darker. People no longer answered doors. The streets emptied. Fires burned low. The doctor would make a final sweep through his assigned area, stopping to mark a house or to leave vinegar outside a door. He didn't linger. Back at his quarters, he would disrobe with care. The gloves and outer coat were hung in a separate room if he had one. The mask was cleaned with wine or wiped with cloth. He washed his hands again and again, though no one truly understood why it mattered. Then he sat, often in silence. Some plague doctors wrote journals. Others drank. Some prayed. Most simply waited for the next day. There were no days off, no replacements. If he fell sick, he was expected to treat himself as best he could. If he died, someone else might be found, eventually. The work did not stop. Not until the bodies stopped. And so each day was much the same. A ritual of observation, of caution, of presence. One man walking through a city trying to hold itself together, armed with herbs, ink and a mask that smelled of fading cloves. As the plague crept into towns and cities, it didn't bring only sickness. It brought new rules, new boundaries, new barriers between people and places, enforced by officials who understood little more than anyone else, but felt compelled to do something. And so emerged one of the plague doctor's most enduring and difficult responsibilities, the enforcement and embodiment of quarantine. The idea of isolating the sick wasn't new in the 14th century. The word quarantine itself would come later, from the Italian 40 giorni, meaning 40 days. But the principle already had deep roots. For centuries, various cultures had kept lepers and the visibly ill away from healthy communities. During earlier outbreaks of disease, ships were kept in port before unloading passengers. The instinct to separate was ancient, but the plague turned this instinct into policy, crude, inconsistent, often cruel, but policy nonetheless. In many cities, the arrival of plague was followed almost immediately by public health edicts. These were written by local councils, not doctors. Their instructions were based on advice from scholars, religious leaders, and previous experience. And while they varied, one directive was nearly universal. Those who were sick, or suspected of being sick, must not be allowed to mix with the healthy. For the plague doctor, this meant he was often called upon not just to observe, but to evaluate and report. A woman with a fever, her household was sealed. A merchant's apprentice who'd coughed blood the day before. His shop closed, his family isolated. The decision didn't always fall squarely on the doctor's shoulders, but his testimony carried weight. He was the one writing the names, noting the symptoms, describing the spread. The enforcement of quarantine was rudimentary and highly visible. Homes were marked with symbols or signs, sometimes a red X, sometimes a painted circle. In other cases, entire doors were nailed shut. Guards, often drawn from the city's poorer ranks, were stationed outside to prevent escape. Some families were allowed to pass food through windows, others weren't so lucky. The psychological toll was immense. Imagine being inside your home, already sick or fearing you soon would be, and hearing the boards hammered into place. You knew what it meant. You knew that for the next days, maybe weeks, you wouldn't be allowed to leave. If others in the home fell ill, you'd have to tend to them. If they died, their bodies might lie inside for days, waiting for collection. There were no formal systems of welfare. Some cities attempted to deliver food or supplies to quarantined homes, but the scale quickly overwhelmed the effort. Most people relied on neighbours or relatives to leave bundles at the door. Sometimes those bundles were stolen before they could be retrieved. The plague doctor, moving from house to house, would find signs of containment everywhere. Scratched messages on shutters, candle stubs burning low, windows hung with strips of cloth to signal distress. Occasionally someone would plead to be let out, arguing they weren't sick, that it was all a mistake. Others stayed silent, resigned to their fate. Quarantine wasn't just applied to homes. Entire neighbourhoods could be cordoned off. City gates were closed, bridges watched, markets restricted. Foreigners were turned away or forced to wait outside the walls for days. Ships arriving in port cities like Venice or Marseille were ordered to remain at anchor, their passengers not permitted to disembark until enough time had passed to prove they weren't ill. Some cities established plague houses, essentially early forms of isolation hospitals. These were usually converted buildings far from the city centre, where the sick were transported and left to recover or die. The facilities were sparse, beds, if any, buckets for waste. A few attendants, usually volunteers or those who had already survived the disease and believed themselves immune. The plague doctor might visit these places too, not to treat necessarily, but to observe, to write down which symptoms worsened, which improved, to note the death count, and sometimes to report back on the condition of high-ranking patients, officials, merchants or clergy who had been moved there in secret. Resistance to quarantine was common. People fled cities under cover of night. Families bribed guards. Some townsfolk faked illnesses to avoid military service or obligations. Others hid the sick, fearing the consequences of discovery more than the disease itself. In a few cases, doctors themselves were attacked, accused of spreading plague rather than fighting it. And yet, over time, the structure of quarantine became strangely routine. It was accepted, if not welcomed. The city developed a rhythm of enforcement. People adjusted. They hung herbs in doorways, burned candles at dusk, whispered stories of homes where no one had survived, and of others where recovery came despite all odds. The plague doctor, for his part, lived in the space between enforcement and compassion. He didn't have the power to overturn a quarantine, but he might bring food. He might write a note requesting help. He might stop for a moment and speak through the door, calmly, distantly, offering advice or just a quiet human voice in the dark. And always, he wrote, he kept records. Each quarantined home noted, each death, each change. His notebook filled with a slow, careful accounting of a city caught between infection and isolation. Quarantine didn't stop the plague, but it slowed it. It gave people time. It offered a semblance of control in a world unravelling by the hour. and it changed the way people thought about public health, laying the foundation, however uneven, for future systems of response. In the end, it was not just a medical measure, it was a social reckoning, a collective decision to endure apart rather than fall together, and for the plague doctor, it was another weight to carry, another house to mark, another name to add to the list. For all the myths surrounding plague doctors, of their eerie silence, their otherworldly masks, their proximity to death, it's easy to forget what much of their day was truly consumed by writing. More than any other tool they carried, more than any remedy or ritual, the object most constantly in their hands was the ledger. The ledger was many things: a record, a memory, a witness, and in many cases the only trace left behind of those who died without ceremony. It was not just a list of names, it was a quiet attempt to impose order on a world slipping into chaos. Each town had its own requirements. In some cities, plague doctors were given pre-formatted books with columns already labelled: name, age, residence, symptoms, date of death. In others, they simply carried loose sheets of parchment or bound volumes of blank pages, filling them as best they could. The writing had to be fast but legible. The ink had to last. Mistakes could mean missed burials, missed payments, or families forgotten. At first, the entries were simple: a name, an address, a few symptoms, fever, bubo in neck, coughing, a death date. But as days turned to weeks, and weeks into months, the entries deepened. Doctors began to include more: how many were sick in the home, whether anyone had recovered, whether food was available, whether the house had been sealed. Over time, some plague doctors created personal notations, systems of shorthand to manage the repetition. A small cross meant confirmed death. A triangle denoted multiple cases in one family. An underlined name might signal a prominent figure: a magistrate, a merchant, a priest. The ledger became a kind of quiet map, a chronicle of the city's unravelling. The doctor could flip back through the pages and see the first few deaths: a woman in the northern quarter, a tanner by the river. Then the clusters, whole families listed one after the next. One home where the father, mother and 3 children all died within the span of 8 days. Sometimes there were blank lines, spaces where names should have gone but were never learned. Unknown male, approximately 30, found near marketplace, or child, no name given, 6 to 8 years, deceased. These entries were heavy, not just for what they said, but for what they couldn't. The work of documentation wasn't glamorous, it was tedious. The ink smudged, the quills broke, the paper ran out, but it mattered. Because without the list, there was no memory. Without the record, there was no history. In some towns, the ledgers were collected by clerks and stored in municipal buildings. In others, they were lost, consumed by fire, by water, or simply by time. A few survive today in archives, their brown-edged pages marked by careful hands. They tell stories not of great battles or kings, but of neighbourhoods, of households, of patterns. And what those patterns revealed, slowly over time, was invaluable. Doctors began to see which parts of town were hardest hit, which professions were most vulnerable, which symptoms preceded death most often, and which might suggest a chance of recovery. These observations didn't yield cures, but they yielded awareness. In some cases, plague doctors compiled their findings into treatises. These writings, long, rambling, often contradictory, formed the basis of early epidemiology. Though crude by modern standards, they were among the first efforts to use observation to understand disease rather than simply accept it. But not all doctors were trained scholars. Many could barely write. In these cases, the ledger became even more poignant, filled with shaky script, misspellings, and half-formed sentences. Still, they tried. Because the act of writing, even imperfectly, was a kind of defiance. In a time when death was swift and anonymous, the ledger said, someone saw, someone noticed. There's something deeply human in that. This urge to record, to account, to say, you were here, even if no one reads the name again, even if the ink fades and the pages crumble. The act of writing was an act of care. And it wasn't only the dead who were listed. The plague doctor might note the living, the midwife still working, the baker still delivering bread, the child who showed signs of recovery after 10 days of fever. These small notations, hidden among the rest, gave shape to the larger story, not just of loss, but of resilience. Of course, there were limits. The doctor couldn't see every home. Some families kept their dead hidden out of fear or pride. Others fled before the doctor could arrive. Some districts were so overwhelmed that only the worst cases were noted. And always, there was the risk that the doctor himself would fall ill and leave the ledger unfinished. But still, the writing continued, day after day, line after line. At night, by candlelight, the plague doctor would sit and copy the day's notes into a cleaner record. The wax on the page made the ink bead. The nib scratched slow across the parchment. Outside, the city was quiet, its noises muffled by distance, by fear, by the heavy curtain of illness that draped over everything. Sometimes a rat skittered beneath the table. Sometimes the candle guttered in the draught. But the doctor kept writing, because tomorrow more names would need to be added. It wasn't heroism, it wasn't glory, it was habit, routine, the small repetitive work of someone trying to leave a trail through the dark. And when the worst finally passed, when the cart stopped rolling, when the doors were unbarred, when the city began to breathe again, it was the ledgers that told the tale. Not fully, not perfectly, but with enough truth to remind people that these weren't just statistics, they were lives, and someone had written them down. The image of the plague doctor, silent, masked, drifting through diseased streets, suggests someone with a grim sense of duty. But like most jobs, this one came with a price tag. It was a role negotiated, signed for, and sometimes contested in writing, because behind the mystique of the beaked mask was a contract, and behind that contract, money. In many towns, particularly during the first major wave of plague in the 1340s, doctors weren't simply volunteers or civic-minded altruists. They were hired professionals, though the term professional should be read with caution. The bar for entry was low and the need was high. Physicians with training were rare and often fled the city before the plague fully took hold. That left room for opportunists, lesser-trained healers, surgeons, and even herbalists to step into the role. These individuals were often offered contracts by city councils or merchant guilds. The documents varied, but they shared certain key features: a defined period of employment, a list of expected duties, and, perhaps most importantly, compensation. Let's take a closer look at what that actually meant. A typical plague doctor contract might offer a fixed monthly wage, along with board and sometimes even a place to live, usually a modest room near the infirmary or town hall. The pay was often significantly higher than that of other municipal roles. It had to be. Risk of death was high, and most people weren't lining up for the position. In cities like Florence, Venice, or Toulouse, surviving records show that plague doctors could earn 2 to 3 times the salary of a teacher or clerk. Some were paid in coin, others in goods, grain, wine, or wool. Occasionally, doctors negotiated for property, land, or even exemption from certain taxes after the plague passed. But there was a catch. You had to survive to collect. It wasn't uncommon for payment to be delayed until the end of a plague wave. This gave the city a convenient excuse to avoid paying those who died in service. In some cases, contracts promised a bonus or pension to the doctor's family if he succumbed to the illness. Whether those promises were kept is another matter. Some plague doctors tried to outsmart the system. They inserted clauses into their contracts requiring partial payment up front. A few insisted on weekly disbursements. In rare cases, a doctor might negotiate for exclusive burial rights, a cut of the fees paid by families to retrieve their loved ones or secure a faster interment. Corruption existed, as it does anywhere desperation and coin mix. Some doctors padded their ledgers, claiming to visit more homes than they truly did. Others accepted bribes to prioritise certain patients, or turn a blind eye to quarantined families who wished to escape. And then there were the moral dilemmas. What if a doctor was offered private pay to attend to a wealthy merchant but was already contracted to serve the city's poor? What if his ledger showed a family was healthy, but someone slipped him coin to mark them sick, so they could avoid conscription, taxes, or travel restrictions? Most plague doctors walked a line between survival and service. They had to. If they pushed too hard, they risked alienating the officials who paid them. If they didn't push hard enough, they risked being forgotten when wages were distributed. Even something as basic as daily rations could be politicised. Some cities provided meals to their plague doctors, delivered outside their lodgings to limit contact. Others expected the doctor to fend for himself. In times of scarcity, when grain was hoarded and bread lines stretched down alleys, The difference between a rationed loaf and going without could shape how the doctor did his work. There were stories, half true, half legend, of plague doctors who amassed modest fortunes, who negotiated clever contracts and through luck or caution survived the worst outbreaks. These men sometimes retired to countryside estates, their beaked masks traded for books and gardens. But those were the exceptions. Most plague doctors didn't leave behind estates. They left behind unpaid contracts, ink-stained ledgers, and in some cases disputed wills. Their families had to petition the city council for final payments. Some widows were denied entirely, with officials claiming the doctor had failed to complete his duties or had abandoned post by falling ill. And yet the job was still accepted. Over and over again, in city after city, someone stepped into the role. The pay may have been part of it, but there was also something else, something quieter. In the margins of surviving contracts, some doctors scrawled notes, not legal language, just thoughts. I do not expect to return, or may God grant me a steady hand. These weren't declarations of heroism, they were acknowledgements of risk, of reality. The plague doctor wasn't immune, he wasn't elevated above the suffering around him. He was in it, documenting, walking, watching and hoping that the promises made to him in ink and coin would hold up against the forces tearing his city apart. And sometimes they did. But often they didn't. In a time of incomprehensible suffering, when even the most practical efforts failed to halt the spread of disease, people turned, more fervently than ever, to faith. And though the plague doctor wore a mask and carried tools, he was never far from the world of belief. In fact, much of his work existed within it. To the medieval mind, disease wasn't simply a physical affliction. It was spiritual judgment, a divine correction for sin, or sometimes a test of piety. The plague arrived not merely as illness, but as punishment. And in many cities, long before any doctor was summoned, priests were already at work, organising processions, leading prayers, interpreting omens. The plague doctor moved through this landscape cautiously. He was not typically a cleric. He did not carry the authority of the church, but his work often overlapped with it, especially when entering homes where suffering and spiritual crisis were entwined. Inside a sick room, one might find a crucifix hanging beside the bed, a votive candle flickering low, a psalter resting beside a dying patient's hand. Families recited the Lord's Prayer or Hail Marys aloud, not as background comfort, but as active intervention. Prayer was medicine, faith was defence. The doctor would respect this. He might even carry a small prayer book of his own, not for show, but for reassurance. In many contracts, cities requested that their plague doctors be of moral character, often meaning baptized and aligned with local religious practices. In deeply Catholic regions, this alignment was expected, if not explicitly enforced. Religious orders played a major role in managing the plague. Monks, friars and nuns tended to the dying in makeshift infirmaries. They risked their lives, often without pay, believing that aiding the sick was an act of holy charity. Some orders lost entire communities to the disease. Their names were entered into annals not for scientific contribution, but for spiritual courage. Plague doctors often relied on these clergy-run spaces for shelter or cooperation. A monastery might house the sick in a converted dormitory, with the doctor visiting in tandem with a priest offering final rites. The rituals were solemn, hurried. There was no time for full ceremonies. The anointing of the sick, once reserved for the truly dying, was now given en masse to anyone with symptoms. Funerals, too, became abbreviated. A body might be sprinkled with holy water as it was loaded into a cart. Bells rang differently during plague years, low and infrequent, more a toll of acknowledgement than of celebration. Burials at consecrated ground continued for as long as possible, but eventually mass graves were dug, and ceremonies were replaced by murmured blessings and hasty signs of the cross. And yet, as the months wore on, and death remained unchecked, faith began to shift. People asked harder questions. Why had the righteous died alongside the wicked? Why did prayer seem to go unanswered? Some turned inward, becoming more devout. Others grew angry, suspicious of the church, or of those who claimed authority in divine matters. The plague doctor was sometimes caught in this shifting current. He was neither cleric nor layman. He held no spiritual office, but he moved among the dying. People projected expectations onto him. Some hoped he would offer comfort. Others feared he was an agent of divine punishment himself. To manage these expectations, many plague doctors learned the language of ritual. They spoke gently of sin and forgiveness. They referenced saints known to protect the sick. Saint Sebastian, often invoked during plagues, or St. Roch, believed to have survived the illness himself. They encouraged families to write wills, to confess, to prepare. Some carried small objects of religious significance, a relic, a medal, a rosary. Not always out of belief, but out of recognition. These symbols mattered to the people they visited. They bridged the divide between the doctor's clinical role and the emotional reality of those he served. There were limits, of course. The doctor was not expected to hear confessions. That duty belonged to priests, who were often overwhelmed or already dead. But in practice, the plague doctor might be the last person a dying man spoke to, and in those moments, ritual and record blurred. In rural areas, where priests were fewer and churches more scattered, local religious customs flourished. Folk prayers were chanted in dialects, charms were written on parchment and hung above doorways, holy water was sprinkled from household bowls. The line between Christian tradition and pre-Christian superstition faded. The plague doctor, wherever he stood, had to move carefully, acknowledging faith without stepping too far into its performance. At a broader level, the Church attempted to provide guidance. Papal bulls were issued, days of fasting were declared, public acts of repentance were encouraged. In some cities, flagellants, bands of men who whipped themselves in public, marched through the streets, hoping to atone for collective sin and halt the plague's advance. The Church's relationship with these groups was complicated, sometimes tolerated, sometimes condemned. Through it all, the doctor kept working, and he did not preach, he did not judge, but he watched. He saw the candles lit in windows, the children taught to cross themselves before bed, the elderly clutching rosaries, the whispered pleas for mercy, for relief, for explanation. And in the quiet moments after the mask came off and the ink had dried on another day's ledger, perhaps the doctor prayed too. Not because it would cure the disease, but because it helped him go on. If the city was where the plague made itself visible, through shuttered shops, quieted bells and boarded doors, then the sick room was where it did its real work. These spaces, modest and often unremarkable in normal times, became the front lines of the epidemic, and for the plague doctor, stepping into them was both part of the routine and a personal trial. Not all sick rooms were the same. In the houses of the wealthy, a separate chamber might be set aside. There might be a proper bed, a fire for warmth, a servant to tend to the patient. The windows would be shuttered to keep out what was thought to be corrupt air, but the linens would be clean. A candle would be burning, sometimes incense, always a crucifix. In the homes of the poor, the sick room was usually the only room, a shared space where cooking, sleeping and dying occurred all in one. The bedding might be straw. The light came from a hole in the wall or a narrow window smeared with soot. The fire had gone out. The only warmth came from blankets passed between family members, now stained with sweat. Regardless of class, the atmosphere was always heavy. Not with sound. Most rooms were quiet, but with tension. The kind of silence that comes when everyone is listening for the next breath. The doctor's arrival, muffled and slow, brought both hope and dread. Hope that something could be done. Dread that his presence confirmed what everyone already feared. He would begin with observation. From the doorway he would assess the room, the lighting, the smell, whether the patient was alert, curled in bed, or lying still. He would note the arrangement, how many people were in the room, who was tending to whom, whether there were signs of panic or resignation. Then, if he dared, he would step closer. The plague's symptoms presented in varying forms, but many were familiar. Swelling in the lymph nodes, hard lumps in the groin, neck, or under the arms. Fever, rising quickly and bringing with it chills, weakness, confusion. In some cases, a rash, or dark spots on the skin. In others, coughing and chest pain, signs of the pneumonic variant, which was even more lethal and more contagious. The doctor would not always touch the patient. When he did, it was with gloves, or through the use of his cane to lift a blanket or indicate a swelling. He might ask questions, though not everyone could answer. Fever often brought delirium. The patient might speak in circles, fail to recognise family members, or drift in and out of awareness. He would take notes, always notes. Sometimes the patient asked the doctor, "Will I recover? Or is it the plague?" But more often, the room was too quiet for words. If the patient was conscious, the doctor might recommend a treatment. None were particularly effective, but they provided structure. He might suggest bleeding, a common remedy based on the humoral theory. He might apply a poultice of crushed herbs. He might instruct the family to burn juniper in the room, or to hang a cloth soaked in vinegar above the doorway. He might also leave behind a mixture, a blend of dried plant material, perhaps with wine, to be taken in small doses. Sometimes a syrup, sometimes just a pouch of scented herbs to be placed under the patient's nose. Whether it helped was uncertain, but the act of giving something mattered. In some rooms there were multiple sick, a child, a parent, a sibling. The doctor would move between them as time and safety allowed. In other cases, the sick were alone. The rest of the family had fled, or died. In those moments, the doctor became more than a physician. He became the only human contact left. He might stay longer in these rooms, speak more gently, sit for a moment, writing quietly as the patient slept. It was not part of the job, but it was what remained to be done. And then there were the dying. The doctor could recognise the signs: shallow breathing, pale skin, unfocused eyes. He had no last rites to offer, but he might say a few words. He might close the eyes when death came. He might mark the body with a ribbon or a sign for the collectors. He would make a note: name, age, symptoms, time of death if known. Then he would rise, mask still in place, and leave. He might stop at the door and speak to the family. He might say nothing. Either way, they understood. The visit was over. The sickness would run its course, or it already had. Some homes welcomed the doctor with small gestures, an offer of bread, a seat, a word of thanks. Others met him with suspicion, especially as the weeks wore on. In some cities, rumours spread that doctors were stealing from the dead or hastening death with false treatments. Fear made people unpredictable, but still the doctor came, house after house, room after room, and each one stayed with him. Not just the faces, but the feel of the spaces, the dim corners, the bent bodies, the prayers whispered under breath, the smell of damp stone mingled with sickness, the quiet that followed a final breath. He carried these rooms in his memory long after he'd left them, because the sick room wasn't just a location. It was the place where hope dimmed slowly, and the mask became the last face many would ever see. In medieval Europe, the rituals of death mattered. They gave meaning to the end of life, structure to grief, and reassurance to the living. A dying person was expected to confess, to receive last rites, to be buried with prayer, often in the churchyard among their kin. Family members would gather, bells would toll, there would be a procession, perhaps even a meal shared after the service. But during the plague, these rituals collapsed. Too many dead, too quickly, too few clergy left to serve, and nowhere near enough time. The plague doctor, though not a priest or gravedigger, often stood closer to the reality of burial than anyone else. He wasn't just treating the sick, he was counting the dead, and in many cases he was the last to see the body before it disappeared from memory altogether. Burial during plague years became a logistical crisis. Cities simply weren't equipped to handle death on such a scale. Graveyards filled rapidly. In some towns, church officials tried to maintain order by designating plague fields, large tracts of land outside the city walls where mass graves could be dug. These were not sacred spaces, they were necessary ones. The plague doctor's job intersected with this process in multiple ways. When visiting homes, he was often the one to verify a death, to record it, and to signal the need for collection. This might involve marking the door with a symbol, chalk, paint, or a scrap of cloth tied to the handle. In places where city services were still functioning, corpse collectors would arrive by cart, typically at dawn or dusk. The doctor didn't accompany the dead, but he would note where they went. As the outbreak deepened, the system frayed. Sometimes the carts didn't come, sometimes bodies piled outside doorways, left in alleyways or abandoned in courtyards. The smell overwhelmed even the beaked mask's herbs. Dogs, rats, and birds gathered. The doctor recorded these scenes dispassionately. He had to. There were efforts to preserve dignity. Some families wrapped the bodies in linen. A few included personal items, tokens, rosaries, locks of hair. But most simply folded the arms, covered the face, and stepped back. Burial pits were often dug hastily. In some towns, monks or hired labourers worked through the night, digging long trenches. The dead were placed in layers, one row, then a thin covering of earth, then another. There were no gravestones. Occasionally a wooden cross was planted nearby, but most markers were temporary. The earth sank quickly. Plague doctors might visit these sites on occasion, not to observe the burials directly, but to document the extent of death. They might stand at a distance watching a cart unload. They might speak with gravediggers, asking how many had arrived that day. These numbers went into the ledger, grim arithmetic that offered the only sense of scale. In wealthier districts, families sometimes paid for private burials, often bribing officials to secure a place in the churchyard or vault. The doctor might be asked to verify that a body was indeed dead of plague, sometimes to facilitate burial, sometimes to avoid it. These moments placed him in delicate positions. He was not an authority on death, but he was a gatekeeper to how it was managed. Some plague doctors found themselves drifting toward ritual despite their secular role. They paused before recording a death. They said a word. They gestured toward the sky or crossed themselves. Not because they had to, but because no one else would. In the absence of priests, the mask became the last witness. One of the most tragic shifts during the plague was the disappearance of mourning. Families were often too sick, too afraid, or too fragmented to grieve together. Funerals vanished. Wakes were forbidden. People buried their dead at night or in silence. Entire households vanished, with no one left to speak their names. The doctor saw this silence grow. Day by day, the names became numbers. The bodies became burdens. And still, he wrote them down. Occasionally mass graves were reopened. Rain had washed away the soil. Dogs had unearthed bones. The doctor might be called to witness the reburial, to confirm identities, to count. There are records, faint, scattered, of plague doctors who kept their own lists of the dead, separate from the city ledger. Names they didn't want forgotten, children who smiled at them, mothers who sang to their sick infants, men who asked for news of their families before slipping into fever. These lists were tucked into pockets, hidden under bedding, passed to clergy after the outbreak subsided. The official record was one thing, the doctor's memory was another, and memory was all that was left once the burial pits were closed. In time, life returned. Cities reopened. Bells tolled again. The markets resumed. But the burial grounds remained. Uneven, quiet, often unmarked. And the plague doctor, if he had survived, would walk past them sometimes, not with ceremony, but with the silence of someone who had counted, remembered, and stood witness when no one else could. The plague doctor's role was defined not only by what he did, but by what he could no longer be. The moment he donned the mask, he ceased to be part of ordinary society. He moved differently, was spoken to differently, watched with suspicion, and kept at a distance. His work was proximity. His life was isolation. Even in a profession that involved entering homes and speaking with the living, the plague doctor existed at the margins. He was a necessary figure, but one no one wanted near them for long. His presence meant disease. His touch, though gloved, felt cursed. He became a symbol of dread, not just a practitioner of medicine. The first form of isolation came from logistics. Many plague doctors were housed away from the general population, given lodging near infirmaries, monasteries, or outside the city walls. The rationale was twofold: to prevent him from spreading disease, and to protect him from angered citizens. He was both vector and target in the public imagination. Inside his quarters, the solitude was thick. There were no visitors, no social calls, no conversations that weren't related to work. Meals, if provided, were left at the door. Letters were slipped under the threshold. Even other physicians avoided contact unless absolutely necessary. There was no shared camaraderie, just silence. When the doctor walked the streets, he was seen but not welcomed. Children were taught to avoid him. Dogs barked at the strange scent of his coat. Shopkeepers closed their doors as he passed. Sometimes people crossed themselves. Other times they simply turned away. Over time, this social isolation took a toll. The doctor lived with the knowledge that every step he took might bring him closer to infection. Every door he knocked on might be his last. And yet, he couldn't stop. His job was to keep going. He also carried the weight of public perception. In the early stages of an outbreak, people viewed him with cautious hope. He was there to help, after all. But as the death toll rose, that hope turned. Whispers began. Perhaps he wasn't helping. Perhaps he was spreading it. Perhaps his tools were tainted, his presence a curse. In some cities, plague doctors were accused of wrongdoing, of killing patients intentionally, of robbing the dead, of colluding with outsiders to keep the disease burning. These accusations were rarely true, but truth mattered little in a world drowning in grief and fear. There were reports of doctors being attacked, their masks ripped away, their coats torn. One doctor in a northern town was beaten for refusing to save a sick child. Another was jailed after being accused of abandoning his duty by falling ill himself. The job was dangerous not just because of disease, but because of desperation. Even within official circles, the plague doctor found little refuge. He might report to a councilman or clerk, but they wouldn't share a room with him. They read his notes at a distance, approved his pay from behind sealed doors. He was a tool, not a colleague. The doctor also bore the emotional weight of the work. He saw hundreds of faces, most only once. He watched parents beg. He listened to final words. He walked into homes that would be empty the next day. And then he walked into another. Grief had no outlet. There were no confidants, no counsellors, only the mask, the gloves, and the relentless quiet. And always, beneath it all, there was fear. Fear of touch, of breath, of mistake. He washed his hands obsessively, not because it was understood as sanitation, but because it felt like control. He rewaxed his coat, replaced the herbs in his mask, sprinkled vinegar on his gloves. Not because he believed it worked, but because it was something to do. He studied his own body for signs. A headache? From the mask, surely. Fatigue? From the walking. A sore throat? A trick of the weather. But what if it wasn't? Some doctors kept private journals. In them we find small confessions. I coughed today. I fear it has begun. Or, I dreamed of the cart again. Or simply, I miss my wife. The fear was sharpened by knowledge. The doctor knew the symptoms better than anyone. He had seen the stages. He had watched healthy men fall within days. He had marked the days in his ledger, and knew, without illusion, how short the timeline could be. He also knew that, if he did fall ill, he might be left to die alone. Cities rarely had replacements waiting. If a plague doctor became sick, he was quarantined like any other citizen. His room sealed. His mask and coat burned. If he had a friend, another doctor perhaps, they might visit. But only briefly. Some tried to treat themselves. They bled themselves, took their own medicines, slept, prayed, waited. A few survived, most did not. And yet, the job continued. Because someone had to document, someone had to knock on the next door, someone had to carry the silence of those left behind. And so the plague doctor lived not just among the sick, but in the space between presence and absence. A man always near, but never part of the world around him. Always visible, but never touched. Always needed, but never welcomed. He became a figure apart, wrapped in waxed cloth, hidden behind glass and leather, marked by fear. And when the plague finally faded, and the bells began to ring again, many plague doctors simply disappeared. They left the cities quietly, or they were buried without fanfare, because when the mask came off, there was no one left to remember the man behind it. We now understand the plague in terms of Yersinia pestis, a bacterium carried by fleas that lived on rats, with transmission routes that varied depending on the strain, bubonic, pneumonic or septicemic. But for the plague doctor in the 14th century, those words didn't exist. The science hadn't yet been born. The very notion of invisible microbes would have seemed like alchemy, or worse, heresy. What the doctor had instead was a framework cobbled together from ancient texts, religious doctrine and local belief. And from that fragile scaffolding, he had to make sense of what was happening. Most medical thought in the medieval West still revolved around the theory of humours: blood, phlegm, black bile and yellow bile. These four fluids, if kept in balance, were believed to sustain health. When imbalance occurred, say too much black bile or an excess of heat in the blood, it was thought to cause illness. The plague then was interpreted as an extreme and catastrophic imbalance. Some believed the disease was an internal corruption of the body's fluids, triggered by environmental conditions. Others blamed external forces, changes in the weather, celestial alignments, or corrupted airs. The idea of miasma, bad air, was dominant. It wasn't foolish given the time. The cities did smell foul. Open sewers, stagnant waste, decaying food. Disease and rot seemed to go hand in hand. The logic followed. Clean air equals health, foul air equals sickness. As such, doctors and city officials began to emphasise air purification. Homes were ordered to burn aromatic woods, streets were swept, or at least doused in vinegar. People carried sachets of herbs to sniff. Plague doctors stuffed their masks with cloves, rose petals, lavender or camphor. Incense was burned in homes and churches, not just as ritual, but as medicine. There was also significant attention paid to astrology. The 1347 outbreak coincided with a rare conjunction of Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, which some physicians interpreted as a divine warning. Others consulted horoscopes to determine when it was safest to leave town or administer treatments. Charts were drawn. Stars consulted. The heavens were thought to reflect the health of the earth. Doctors studied these signs earnestly. They were trying to form patterns, to predict what had, until then, seemed unpredictable. In terms of treatment, these theories led to familiar methods: bloodletting to reduce an overheated system, purges to drive out corrupted matter, the use of cooling herbs like lettuce, violets and sandalwood, warm compresses, vinegar rubs. In some cases, strange remedies emerged, applying live animals like pigeons to buboes, or swallowing powdered gems. It wasn't ignorance so much as desperate experimentation. Nothing worked consistently, but anything might work once. Religious explanations played an even larger role. Many saw the plague as a form of divine punishment, a scourge sent by God to chastise a sinful world. This idea wasn't limited to sermons. It appeared in medical tracts, legal documents, and the plague doctor's own observations. When people prayed or fasted or marched in processions, they weren't abandoning medicine, they were participating in it. In some regions, the blame turned outward. Foreigners, travellers, minority groups. The logic was grim. If the plague was punishment, someone must be at fault. Doctors occasionally found themselves caught in these spirals, asked to confirm whether a patient had been cursed or if a rival had poisoned the well. Some resisted these theories. A few scholars, particularly in the Arab-speaking world, challenged humoral doctrine and questioned miasma outright. They noted that diseases seemed to spread from person to person, through contact, not air. Their observations were often dismissed in Europe, but not entirely ignored. Over time, fragments of their thinking made their way into European medical texts. Still, the average plague doctor had to work within the limits of the day. He didn't have microscopes, no germ theory, no antibiotics, just books, prayers, and patterns. He tracked symptoms. He noted weather conditions. He compared outbreaks between towns. He looked for signs, bodily, seasonal, divine, that might offer a clue. He made guesses. He applied treatments. He watched them fail. And still, he returned to work the next day. Sometimes people recovered. When they did, the doctor wrote it down carefully, trying to isolate the cause. Was it the wine, the fasting, the change in wind, or simply luck? In a few rare cases, recovery was attributed to a specific remedy, and word spread quickly. Cities placed orders for ingredients. Merchants raised prices. Doctors rushed to replicate the formula, only to find it failed in most cases. Still, the legend remained. It's easy now to look back with condescension, but in truth, these men were working blind. And despite the fear, the stigma, and the failures, they kept trying. Because misunderstanding was better than surrender, and even flawed medicine gave people hope. Strip away the myths and legends, and the plague doctor was still a man with a job. And like any professional, he carried tools, not many, and rarely the kind that could save lives, but tools nonetheless. Not relics, not symbols, but the day-to-day instruments of a worker moving through a world gone quiet. Some tools were obvious, others were improvised. All were carried out of habit, necessity, or the hope that they might do some good. The most iconic, of course, was the cane. This wasn't just a walking stick, it was a medical instrument, a pointer and a barrier, typically about the length of the arm, made of wood, sometimes capped in iron. The plague doctor used it to lift blankets without touching them, to gently move a patient's limb, to signal which body needed removal. In public it doubled as a way to maintain distance. With a gesture of the cane, he could direct people back, point toward a home, or indicate a symptom without speaking. In the quiet chaos of a dying city, it was a tool of communication. Then there were the gloves, made of leather, often stiff, rarely changed. The gloves were protection, imperfect but better than nothing. Soaked in vinegar, sometimes rubbed with lye, they were never quite clean, They cracked in winter and stuck in summer. But the doctor wore them religiously, part of the ritual of distance between his skin and the world. The mask, leather, stuffed with herbs, narrowed to slits for the eyes and beak for the nose, was not merely symbolic. It was functional. Doctors filled it with dried flowers, camphor, mint, or even ground cloves. Some included bits of sponge soaked in wine. The idea was to filter the air, to shield against the miasma. It didn't work in the way we now understand airborne transmission, but it did offer a crude sort of protection, mostly psychological. Inside the doctor's bag there were more practical items. A ledger, for names, symptoms, and deaths, always present. Often wrapped in cloth or tucked into a waxed pouch to protect it from the elements. This was his true instrument, the one he used most often. Some doctors used code or shorthand, both to save space and protect sensitive information. He might carry a quill and inkwell wrapped tightly to prevent leaks. Ink was precious. Spilled ink meant lost record. Some cities supplied doctors with pre-cut parchment. Others made them reuse scraps, sometimes even writing across old pages at angles to save space. There were lancets, small blades for bloodletting or opening buboes. These were controversial tools. Some doctors swore by them, others refused to use them at all. The practice of draining plague swellings had inconsistent outcomes. But for patients who begged for relief, the doctor sometimes relented. The lancets were cleaned with vinegar or fire, never enough to ensure safety. Spoons or spatulas might also be present, used to stir mixtures, measure powders, or administer small doses of medicine. Rarely were these precise. There were no standardized dosages, just approximations and memory. He often carried vials and jars filled with tinctures and powders. These might include crushed herbs, dried roots, oils, or bits of resin. Camphor was common. So were mixtures of vinegar and rosewater. Some doctors carried theriac, a catch-all remedy made from dozens of ingredients, sometimes including opium or viper's flesh. In colder climates, a small brazier or iron pan might be used to burn herbs inside a room. Smoke was believed to drive out the bad air. It also masked the stench of decay and sickness. The doctor might travel with bits of wood or charcoal to keep it burning. Others relied on incense or smouldering cloth. A few plague doctors carried manuals or books, medical texts, prayer books, or astrological charts. These weren't consulted in front of patients, but used at night to review symptoms, track the course of disease, or calculate when the next wave might strike. Galen's writings were popular. So were the texts of Avicenna. Even old Roman guides were still in use, centuries after being written. In some cases, plague doctors wore amulets or charms hidden beneath their coats. These weren't always religious. Some were coins rubbed smooth. Others were carved stones, small bones, or braided hair from a loved one. They didn't appear in the ledger, but they were carried all the same. And finally there were the clothes themselves. The outer garment, often a long coat of canvas or wool, was soaked in wax or oil, designed to resist moisture and keep disease at bay. It cracked with use. It reeked of vinegar and sweat. It was too hot in the summer and too thin in the winter. But it was the only barrier between the doctor and the world. The boots were high, the hat broad-brimmed, sometimes lined with cloth. These too were intended to signal profession and discourage contact. Taken together, the plague doctor's equipment was functional, symbolic and ritualistic. Not because it worked, but because it created a routine. In a collapsing world, routine was survival. He didn't carry a sword, he didn't carry a cure, he carried ink, herbs, cloth, memory, and with these, he faced the dying. While the plague doctor is often imagined as a lone figure, moving in isolation through narrow alleys and silent homes, his work existed within a broader structure. A loose, sometimes desperate network of city officials, makeshift hospitals, quarantine enforcers, and overworked clerks. The plague didn't just infect bodies, it infected the way cities functioned, and in its wake, medieval infrastructure bent, fractured, and reassembled itself into something new, something meant to survive the crisis, not solve it. At the heart of it all, often unacknowledged, was the plague doctor. Every city faced its own pressures, but a few patterns emerged. Councils, usually composed of merchants, magistrates and clerics, became the core administrators of the public health response. These were the people who wrote the plague ordinances, funded the hiring of doctors, and authorised emergency measures. In times of fear, they wielded enormous power, but they rarely had medical knowledge. That's where the plague doctor came in. He wasn't a policymaker. He wasn't even always respected. But his reports, his ledgers, his summaries, his observations were often the only first-hand accounts officials had of what was happening beyond their chambers. His records informed decisions. His silence signalled danger. In large cities, the doctor would report to a plague commission, an emergency committee formed to monitor the outbreak. They met regularly, sometimes daily, reading reports and issuing new edicts. These might include movement restrictions, curfews, food price controls, or burial procedures. The doctor's information flowed upward. The city's decrees flowed down. This top-down structure shaped everything about the doctor's work. Where he went, who he saw, how much he was paid, and whether he was protected were all determined not by medical need, but by civic logistics. If an outbreak flared in a wealthy district, he might be diverted there, even if the poorer quarters were harder hit. If a noble family demanded a private visit, his daily schedule shifted, sometimes under threat. He often relied on runners, young men paid to carry messages, notes and samples between homes, hospitals and council chambers. These runners were underpaid and at high risk, but they were essential. Without them, the doctor couldn't communicate. He couldn't file reports, he couldn't receive new orders. At the street level, he also interacted with quarantine enforcers, men assigned to guard homes, monitor the sick, and report violations. These guards weren't trained. Many were selected from the lower ranks of society, labourers, former criminals, or those with no other work. They wore improvised uniforms, carried sticks or torches, and followed shifting instructions. The doctor sometimes depended on them for safety. Other times, he found himself at odds with their crudeness or fear. Hospitals too played a role, though they bore little resemblance to modern institutions. The medieval hospital was often attached to a monastery or funded by a guild. Rooms were open, shared, ventilation was poor, supplies were minimal. The staff might include monks, nuns, lay volunteers, and survivors thought to have acquired immunity. The plague doctor didn't always work directly in these places, but he visited them, left instructions and tracked outcomes. In more advanced cities like Venice or Milan, plague wards were created. These were purpose-built structures, hastily erected on the edges of the city, far enough to limit spread, close enough to access. Patients were brought by cart or boat. Entry was one way. If someone recovered, it was considered exceptional. The doctor visited these wards rarely and always with caution. He took notes from the doorway. He consulted with attendants from behind veils. His visits were brief, always brief. The infrastructure wasn't just physical, it was administrative. Behind the scenes, clerks copied records, calculated death rates, managed food distribution, and tracked goods entering and leaving the city. The plague doctor's ledgers passed through their hands. Sometimes they were corrected, sometimes misread. But they formed the data that shaped the response. Food and waste management shifted too. Cities redirected workers to ensure that bread reached the quarantined, that water was delivered, that refuse was collected, though rarely enough. In many cases, the plague doctor became a courier of needs, recording which families lacked supplies, which homes had been missed. His reports weren't just about sickness, they were about survival. He also walked past the boundaries, gates closed to outsiders, checkpoints set up at bridges and ports. In some cities he was issued a pass, allowing him to cross freely. In others, he negotiated with guards, waving his mask as proof of office. These lines were constantly shifting. What had been an open road one day was a sealed perimeter the next. As the outbreak deepened, cities grew more structured. What began in panic hardened into routine. Routes were assigned, homes were categorized, districts were prioritized, and through it all, the plague doctor moved. Never central, never praised, but essential. When the plague finally passed, the structures he worked within didn't disappear entirely. The records remained. The councils remembered what worked. Quarantine practices were refined. Health boards became permanent fixtures. Future generations would build on this framework. But for the doctor, the work ended quietly. No monuments, no speeches, no honours. Just the slow fading of orders. Fewer houses to visit, less ink to spill. Until, one day, he walked his route and found no new names to write. The hardest truth the plague doctor faced wasn't the danger. It wasn't the isolation or the exhaustion. It was the ineffectiveness. The quiet daily reality that nothing he did could reliably stop what was happening. He tried. He really did. He carried herbs. He applied poultices. He recited the known treatments, administered concoctions, tracked patterns, followed protocols. He offered water, lightened rooms, prayed with the dying, but again and again the results were the same. The patients didn't improve, or they did, briefly, only to fail the next day. Some showed no signs at all until the end. The tools were simple and most of them were borrowed from ancient tradition. The treatments were guesses. The practices, bloodletting, purging, herbal fumigation, had no proven foundation. And yet, they were all he had. He might arrive at a home where someone had been bled by another healer. The patient would be pale, shivering, the bubo beneath their arms swollen and purple. The family would beg him to try something different. But what was there to try? He could heat a knife, lance the swelling, press a linen to catch the fluid. Sometimes it relieved pressure. Sometimes the patient screamed and fainted. Occasionally someone lived. The doctor took note. But more often the results were grim. One of the most widely used treatments was the application of poultices, pastes made from herbs, clay, or even crushed insects, spread over the skin in hopes of drawing out corruption. They were tied in place with linen strips. Some patients said they cooled the skin. Others couldn't stand the smell. Whether it helped or harmed was impossible to say. Doctors also burned medicinal herbs in rooms. Rosemary, sage, juniper, and occasionally rarer resins like frankincense. These made the air more bearable but did little to halt transmission. Still, the smell became part of the sick room. Something familiar, something to mark an effort. Vinegar was used liberally, on surfaces, on skin, on masks and gloves. The doctor wiped his hands between visits, dipped his boots in buckets of vinegar outside homes. He instructed others to do the same. It seemed to help, but again, there were no guarantees, no evidence. Patients were also encouraged to eat light meals, avoid overexertion, keep warm but not too warm. These were sensible measures, more about comfort than cure. The problem was, many patients had no appetite. Some hadn't eaten in days. Others refused food altogether, slipping into delirium or silence. The doctor's role in these moments was less about curing and more about witnessing. He sat at the edge of beds. He listened to questions he couldn't answer. Am I dying? Will it be soon? Should I write to my brother? Sometimes he offered comfort. Sometimes he didn't speak at all, because in truth he didn't know. When entire families fell sick, he couldn't stay long. He had to move quickly, observe, record, advise, then leave. If he lingered in one place, he risked exposure. And there were too many homes to visit, so the work became mechanical. A pattern. Knock, observe, note, repeat. But it was never entirely numb. The faces stayed with him, the voices, the children who reached for his glove, the mothers who asked for medicine even when they knew it wouldn't help. He carried that with him, on the road between homes, in the quiet hours after dark as he cleaned his coat and tried to sleep. The knowledge that he couldn't fix it, that he was watching a city unravel, unable to stitch it back together. Some doctors began to question the entire framework. They wrote in journals, "We know nothing," or "the treatments fail as often as they succeed." They weren't confessing weakness. They were speaking honestly, perhaps for the first time, and still they showed up. They woke before dawn. They put on the mask, the gloves, the coat. They took up their canes and ledgers. They stepped into rooms where hope had already left. Because the alternative, doing nothing, felt worse. It's easy now to imagine these doctors as symbols of grim resolve, of stoic duty. But they were human. They wept. They cursed. They doubted. They lost their tempers. They sometimes closed the door too quickly or ignored a call they might have answered the day before. And sometimes they made mistakes, misdiagnosed, missed a symptom, wrote down the wrong name, recommended a remedy that hastened death. They carried those failures with them too. But through all of it, they remained. Because even when nothing worked, someone had to keep going. Someone had to knock on the next door. Not because he could cure, but because he could be there. And in the end, that presence, the fact that someone came, someone saw, someone tried, meant more than the doctor would ever know. For all the care the plague doctor took, every layer of waxed cloth, every sniff of camphor, every careful hand wash in wine, there was always the looming question, What happens when the doctor becomes the patient? It was not an if, but a when. He moved through a world saturated with illness. He stepped into infected homes, bent over coughing patients, touched bedding soaked in sweat and blood. He passed the carts. He walked the same streets. His mask and gloves were better than nothing, but they weren't armour. They were delay. And eventually delay ran out. The first signs were subtle. A headache that lingered, a tightness in the chest, a sore spot in the armpit that could be from carrying the cane too long. But what if it wasn't? A shiver, a dry throat, a heat behind the eyes. Things he'd seen 100 times before, now seen in the mirror. Some plague doctors kept notes on their symptoms, a final entry in their ledgers written in the first person. Began with stiffness in the joints. By evening, fever took hold. Hands shook as I wrote this. The writing trailed off, no final word. Others left nothing, just a mask on a table, a coat hanging by the door. The city would realise only when the rounds stopped, when the ledger went uncollected. In some places, if a doctor reported symptoms early, he was quarantined immediately. Locked inside his quarters, food left at the threshold. His belongings were taken, burned or buried. His name quietly removed from the lists. If he survived, he was often never rehired. Assumed to be weak, contaminated or unlucky. If he didn't report his symptoms, he risked spreading the disease. That was the cruel irony. The man tasked with containing the plague might be the very one unknowingly moving it from home to home, and he knew it. The fear of becoming a vector haunted his every step. In wealthier cities, a sick plague doctor might be assigned a private chamber, separate from the other infected. A servant or volunteer might be assigned to check on him, though few volunteered twice. The doctor received the same treatments he had offered to others: herbal tinctures, vinegar compresses, a steady hand and a quiet voice, if he was lucky. He recognised each stage as it arrived. The fever, the confusion, the swelling. He felt his pulse quicken and weaken. He saw his own hands tremble. And worst of all, he knew the odds. For most, death came within days, quick, painful, unceremonious. But there were exceptions. A handful survived. The records are few, but they exist. One doctor in Florence, after 3 weeks in seclusion, returned to his rounds. He wrote with a shaking hand for months, but he wrote. Others were thought dead, only to emerge pale and unsteady, with eyes that had seen something too close to name. For those who lived, everything changed. They were seen differently, tolerated but not trusted. Rumours followed them. Some whispered they were immune. Others said they carried the disease in their blood forever. Some were praised. Others were quietly ignored. Their roles often shifted. They became advisors, not frontline visitors. Their knowledge was respected, but their presence made people nervous. A doctor who had been sick was both miraculous and threatening. For those who died, their belongings were destroyed, their rooms cleansed with smoke, their names recorded sometimes on a final line in a city ledger. Doctor, deceased, no replacement yet found. The city mourned quietly, if at all. There were no processions, no eulogies, just a closed door. Another mask to be filled, another coat to be re-waxed and handed to the next man. Some cities had backup doctors, waiting in reserve, sent for from nearby towns. Others simply went without, relying on midwives, monks, or whoever had watched the previous doctor long enough to imitate his work. And in the silence left behind, the sick kept dying. There's a quiet kind of courage in these stories, not in how the plague doctors died, but in how they lived, knowing the end was likely. Knowing they would be buried quickly, perhaps namelessly. Knowing their family might never see them again, and showing up anyway. Not always every day, not always bravely, but again and again. Because even a failed doctor could be a comfort. Even a man with no cure walking through a city too tired to cry could still write a name in a book, light a fire, and remind someone, "You are not alone. I see you." And if he fell ill, he hoped, quietly perhaps, that someone would see him too. There was no clear signal when the plague ended. No citywide announcement. No trumpet call or decree. The bells didn't ring in celebration. They simply rang less often. The carts grew quieter. The door markings faded in the rain. And one day the plague doctor woke up and realised no one had called for him. At first the silence was suspicious. He waited. Restocked his herbs, checked his notes, rewalked his route. but the windows that had been shuttered were now cracked open. The alleyways where dogs had roamed aimlessly were still. The tavern at the corner reopened tentatively with weak broth and watered wine. There were still sick people, of course, but not like before. The frantic cries had stopped. The lines outside infirmaries shortened. Fewer families stood in doorways begging for vinegar, prayers, or food. The ledger's pages remained half blank. The names dwindled. For a time the plague doctor kept his full routine. He still wore the mask, still checked houses, still reported to the council, though even the council now met less often and with less urgency. Then, slowly, things changed. The contracts were not renewed. Some doctors were dismissed without ceremony, others were offered smaller stipends to remain available. The rooms they had been given were claimed for other purposes. Some were asked to help bury remaining dead. A few were simply forgotten. He removed the mask for longer each day. It sat on the table, dusty, its scent fading. The coat, once stiff with wax, now hung loose at the shoulders, unworn. The gloves cracked and curled. His cane leaned untouched in a corner. He began to walk as himself again. In some places people averted their eyes. In others they nodded. A few offered thanks, late and awkward. Many simply stared. The man behind the mask wasn't who they remembered, or wanted to. Cities moved on, markets filled, bells rang for weddings again, clergy returned to full liturgies, children played in streets once marked with ashes. But beneath it all, there was a quiet tension, a memory too recent to forget. The plague doctor carried those memories in the way he walked, slower, more deliberate, his hearing tuned to coughs, his gaze drawn to the hands of strangers. He never fully left the work behind. Some doctors tried to reintegrate. They took up other positions, healers, scribes, mid-level city functionaries. Others left entirely. They moved to the countryside, took up farming, lived alone. A few returned to study, hoping to better understand what had happened so next time they could do more than watch. Some wrote treatises, journals, accounts of symptoms. Most of these never circulated widely. A few were copied. Some were locked in archives. A handful survive in libraries today. Fragments of a long walk through horror, written not with drama, but with exhaustion. He remembered the houses most, not the grand buildings or public squares, but the rooms, dimly lit, heavy with stillness. He remembered the feel of the mask strap against his scalp, the sting of vinegar in his nose, the silence after a door closed behind him. There were no parades, no plaques. When the plague ended, the doctor simply became another man among many, walking through a changed city. His mask, if kept at all, was tucked into a trunk or hung in the rafters, a relic of necessity, not of honour, and yet without his presence, the city might have lost even more. Not because he cured, he hadn't, but because he had witnessed, documented, shown up. In the years that followed, those cities would face new outbreaks, different illnesses, different challenges. But something had shifted. Quarantine practices improved. Medical observation became more systematic. The idea of public health, a society caring for itself as a whole, began to take root. The plague doctor had not intended this, but he had helped lay the groundwork, one ink-smudged ledger at a time. If he lived long enough, he might hear himself mentioned in a council meeting, as was done in the last plague, or see a pamphlet quoting his notes, or be approached by a younger physician asking about the mask, about the symptoms, about what to expect if it returned. He would answer quietly. Because when death was everywhere, and hope seemed foreign, the plague doctor had walked the streets not because he could heal, but because no one else would. Centuries passed, the cities rebuilt, the ledgers yellowed, the clothes decayed. But the image of the plague doctor, tall, cloaked, masked with a long curved beak, refused to vanish. He became a shadow in the collective memory, a figure not of medicine or bureaucracy, but of legend. And like all legends, the truth began to blur. In time, the mask took on meanings it never held during life. It became sinister, symbolic. In woodcuts and engravings, the plague doctor was shown striding past corpses, pointing to mass graves, looming over the sick. He no longer represented a man doing a job. He represented the era itself, a time of fear, of death, of helplessness wrapped in a uniform. The plague doctor became shorthand for catastrophe. By the 17th century, long after the first wave of Black Death, the beaked costume was formalised in some regions, particularly in Italy. The Venetian plague doctor's mask, with its exaggerated curve and pale eyes, was worn in public health parades or on rare house visits during localised outbreaks. In Venice, it even entered carnival, worn not by physicians, but by masqueraders. It was no longer about disease, it was symbol of secrecy, of danger, of the boundary between what could be controlled and what could not. In art, the image endured. Paintings depicted plague doctors standing alone, masked, separated from the world around them. The image migrated to plays, to novels, to political cartoons. In every case, the man behind the mask was absent. The mask became the message. The ledger is closed now, not because the story is complete, but because the entries had to stop somewhere. We don't remember most of their names. The doctors, the sick, the dead. We have fragments, city records, second-hand letters, scattered relics. But what we do remember is the shape of the role. A figure in black, faceless but present. A witness with no illusions. A healer with no real medicine. A recorder of lives passing too quickly to be grieved in full. He was not a hero, and he wasn't trying to be. He was a function, a necessity. And he walked a line most people could barely look at, let alone cross. That's the quiet truth behind the job. It wasn't about saving people. It was about showing up. It was about carrying a book, not because it would fix anything, but because someone had to write it down. Someone had to say, "You were here. You mattered. I saw you." The plague moved on, so did the cities. People returned to markets. Walls were scrubbed. Names faded from memory. The black coat was folded away. And in time, the mask became something else. Myth, costume, symbol. But the man inside it had been real. He didn't ask to be remembered. But if you ever come across an old name in an old book, scrawled in faded ink, tucked between dates and symptoms, know that someone once stood in that doorway, watched that breath fade and marked it. Not with fanfare, just with presence. And that, in the worst job imaginable, was more than enough.